И всем доброго вечерочка на носки на руме. Так, Виталий, добрый вечер тебе. Так, что я хотел? Вот это я хотел. Феникс, добрый вечер. И тебе тоже, Артем. Так, сегодня мы... Чуть потише, наверное, сделать. Сегодня я решил немножко разнообразить нашу гадайку. Потому что все тяжелее и тяжелее искать музыку. Поэтому сегодня немножко по-другому сделаем. Сегодня я вам... Ну, посмотрим, как пойдет. Понравится, можно еще такое сделать. Короче, сегодня Famicom отгадываем. 10 игр загадал. И это, да, наверное, не оригинально. Но будут не совсем спрайтики, набор кучи малы из игры. Вам нужно определить, откуда это, из какой игры. Единственное, да, я немножко подумал, и принимать буду 2 ответа. То есть, если за 2 ответа вы не угадали, то от вас больше не принимается. Чтобы не спамили по 10 раз. Поэтому от каждого можно только 2 раза. Что не угадать. Ну, посмотрим. Так, сейчас я найду, где у меня она. Вот она у меня. Ну, давайте, я думаю, с легкого. То есть, я еще думаю, Феникс. Насчет всех или не всех. Я подумаю. Пока я только вот... я понял, что я не успею, опять музыку надо сидеть, долго думать. Время уже позднее, надо что-то по-быстренькому сделать. Поэтому просто скриншотиков понаделал, понавырезал. Это быстрее было. Это и, в принципе, правило, да. Только сейчас придумал. Я подумаю, если решу на все, то я расскажу. Все скажу потом. Вот. Ну, давайте. Легонькая. Блин, единственное, я не знаю, насколько она будет. Фильтр нужен преобразовать, сбросить. Где она? Вот она. Допустим, вот так. Открываем, да? Так, она выше должна. Вот так. Окей. И Артем быстрее опять. Джоджок, ты же не куб. Это у куба все Марио. Да, Артем, это Пакман. Правильно. Так, ну я пока говорю по-быстреньку. Я думаю, довольно легкие, пока загадал. Давайте. Что-то черное? Ну это просто черный я убрал, черненько, или что ты имеешь в виду? Что тебе непонятно было, Виталий? Где черный? Ну, вокруг темный фон. Глаза это от одного из, господи, призрака. Справа точечка, которую Пакман ест. А вот эта штука, это сам уровень. А это половина призрака. Верхняя. Нижний нету. Гель читай, да. Так, ну я думаю, дайте вот это тоже будет быстро. О, я помню Клайда, Пинки, Блинки. Четвертого не помню, Феникс. Не помню. Так, следующий. Нет, Джоджок, не Дакхант. Да. Артем, правильно. Слишком легко, я понимаю, да. Окей. Нет, я лошадь раскромсал и двух мужиков вместе собрал. Вообще не стыдно, да. Трудно. Ну, я просто решил, что в спрайтике чисто неинтересно, хоть какое-то немножко разнообразие. Что-то разрезать, там кусочки уровня может собрать, что-то такое. Так, ладно, следующий у нас. Нет, Артем. Да, Феникс прав. Это второй дигдак, который происходит уже на поверхности. Первый он, так сказать, под землей копает. Так, четвертое. Допустим, вот это. Как первый? Нет, Феникс. Нет, Артем. Это не Астенакс. Нет. Нет, не Холидайвер. Да, Антон угадал, Майлон Кастон. Ну, не знаю, тут, в принципе, вот этот зонтик, он в Майлон Кастле только. Я не сильно помню такие шоп-зонтики, но, может быть, в принципе, по окошкам тоже можно, я думаю. Майлов не знаешь? Ну, это хорошо. Не все усаги достается с фениксами. Так, ладно. А вот это, наверное, легкая будет, давайте. Такая большая, расплывчатая надо. О. Так лучше. Да что ж вы. Нет, это не Зельда. Могли хоть немножко подождать, пока я скажу Виталию нет. Нет, Феникс, это не Зельда вторая. Пирамидки? Ну, в принципе, это в данженах, да, но, ну, да. Нет. И не чита, мэн. Как он Нет, не Dragon Quest, Джоджок. Ну, вам, конечно, это ничего не скажет. Кстати, я могу сказать, что это была первая игра у меня, которую я включил на Денде. Самая первая игра. Ничего не... У Антона тоже, так понимаю, нет идей, да? Нет, не гуники. Ну, хорошо. Нет, это не Dragon Unit. Самый первый год. Действительно. Ну, я не знаю, тут это, короче, комната с боссом вообще-то была. И это у нас Саюки World. То есть вот это он сверху, слева то, что кидается, а в середине это у него голова, что он там, типа льва. Справа это две жизни, одно нет уже у главного героя. Ну а вот это, получается, где снизу тумбочка, вот эти пирамидки, это как раз таки посередине вот, комнаты этой, сверху. Ну, для меня это, да, я говорю, очевидно, это самая первая игра, и вот прям она запомнилась хорошо. Первый особенно уровень, потому что мы дальше не могли пройти очень долго. Хорошо, тогда все было проще. Так, ладно. Ну, допустим, вот это. Ой, большая. Что ж такие большие? Чуть поменьше. Не расплывчатые, справитики. Вот так. Нет. Не Adventure Island 2. Не. И не Турк. Нет, не трехглазик. Нет, не Марио 2. Я могу... Adventure Island 3. Нет. Я могу сказать, что это не самая известная... Ну, не самая такая известная игра, которую все играют. Мало кто, наверное, в нее играет. Возможно, даже и вы, наверное, может, скорее всего, видели, но вполне возможно, никто из вас даже не запускал ее. Я могу предположить. Не, ну я, конечно, могу какую-нибудь еще подсказку, но, блин, любую подсказку сразу поймете, скорее всего. Я могу, я все rom качал. Ну, ну хорошо, давайте. Подсказ, который, наверное, довольно очевидно будет. В одном месте там можно спуститься по лестнице, упасть, и на тебя должны акулы с двух сторон подплыть и сожрать. Феникс знает, но он уже... Не трэжер мастер. Нет, не трэжер мастер. Дали понять, чем... Ну да, но в принципе... Можешь сказать, если знаешь Феникс. Уже. Да, время окончено. Но Виталий не помнит, а Джоджок и Феникс уже, да, Артем. Да, это Питфол. Супер Питфол. Это сам ВГН, когда рассказывал, говорит, что вот акулы, ну и, соответственно, в его потом игре это реализовали. Такую штуку. Так. Не помню, в какой игре. Ну, давайте вот такую. Вот. Нет. Не за... Да, Джоджок. Это вторые черепахи или первые японские под названием, да. Соответственно, слева тушка Эйприл. Огонек это первого уровня. Где город, это как раз таки где Бибоп тоже, где босс в окошке. Ну и полочка с книжками, кувшинчик там. Молодец, Джоджо. Это... Да. Ничем помочь не могу тут, конечно, Артем. Так, сколько у нас вот это делали? 3 штуки, да, осталось? Дайте вот эту. Да. Антон первый был. Доктор Джекил. И Хайд. Ты что, Феникс? Это все из игры. Ничего не знаю. Вообще, я ничего не делал. Ты что? Как ты мог подумать? Так, следующий у нас предпоследняя. Вот это. Нет, не Супермен. И не Дореймон. Да. Феникс прав, это Шерлок Холмс. Одна из лучших игр. Ну и, соответственно, да, тут вывеска Station, это парк, это надпись, потом часики. Слева у нас параметры его, персонажа Шерлока. А справа это кусочек карты. Когда заходишь, где на поездах ты ездишь. Это кусок. Окей, последняя. Думаю, тоже простая будет. Да, да. Вообще всех бьет. Нет. Не топ ган. AC Pro. Нет. Феникс. Не это страшное слово. Нет. И не Battletoads. Я думал, будет, ну, достаточно легко. Нет. И не третье. Нет. И не БТДД. И не Антворд Октобер. Ну что? Джоджо, Кантон. Еще идеи какие-нибудь есть? Пятая игра. Нет пропусков, нет Феникс. Сверху диагонально. Нет, Виталий, не Ниндзя Гайден. Но у меня все работает. В ОБСе тоже все нормально. Нет. И не дакта, Джорок. Антон, у тебя тоже нет? Ничего? Идеи кончились? Да, Виталий. Молодец. Это контра. Да, серьезно. Это, да, уровень с видом со спины. Второй, получается, это ток. Потом, который вот это диагонально, это стенка, где стыки идут. Потом у нас, господи, вот это третье, это светильники на стене, о, господи, на потолке которые. И четвертая полоска это пол. Вот. Как-то так. Ну, я подумал, что другое, чем сделать, слишком легко будет. Думал, немножко поэкспериментировать, да, посложнее, чтобы было. Да, да, Виталий. Вот как раз таки отсюда. Диагональ смотри. Но, как видишь, да, вот видишь, что у Виталия там это у стенки. Ну, в общем, как-то так. Если вам понравилось, то можем периодически как-нибудь чередовать музыку с вот такими угадайками. Можно и на Сегу попробовать. Ну, с NES, ладно, вы не сильно знаете. Можно Соньку тоже кое-что. В принципе. Ну, в общем, как-то так. Я думаю, по крайней мере, тут какое-то все равно разнообразие. Так, ладно. Ну, в общем, это так. Ну, а сегодня опять ничего, наверное, для вас интересного не будет. Сегодня квест выпал на колесе у меня. Квест Tangle Tower. Ну, поиграем, посмотрим. Так, русский. Тут, кстати, где-то, где она? Здесь вот так, вот так, вот так. Русский вроде где-то был. Я смотрел, вот русский. Так что можете даже что-то понимать. Надо на шиномонтаж поменять колесо. Окей, я не понял. Имранатский шутку, если была шутка. Если надо на шиномонтаж поменять колесо, окей. До меня плохо доходит. Так, я посмотрел, поиграл, как работает. Можем заново. Перезашел на стрим дракон, также не... Может, у Феникса там вообще интернет не грузит, нет? Не, ну у вас же у остальных все идет нормально. Кошка робот, да, вчера допрошел. Я, правда, уже на полчаса позже закончил, но допрошел. Тангл, типа, да, не решили не переводить.
It's a little boat we used to cross the lake.
Тут даже
It's the
озвучка
only way
есть.
on or off the island.
Я с подгрузкой минут 5 назад подали обычно. Но, видать, вот эта подгрузка и Феникса сбила. Нет, Виталий, там пришли, там злой ученый, который хотел сам себя, который, этот злой ученый, короче, оказался в теле мышки вот этой, которая доставала нас. Он хотел из мышки транспортировать свой разум в мужика, в хозяина кошки, а у него еще была собачка, которая смертельно больна, типа разум собаки он хотел в разум кошки. Вот. Но ему удалось, короче, переселиться в мужика этого, но мы его победили и вместе с собакой и с мышкой слиняли оттуда. Ну, как-то так.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that. I tied the boat up to the mooring post, so it'll stay put
Только трейлер. Да.
for now. Probably.
Loving the confidence. You ready, Sally?
Grimore, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Just checking.
Неправда. Не 7,5. Мы меньше тут осматриваемся.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Досье. Жертва Фрея Фэллоу, 19 лет, убит во время рисования портрета Флоры Фэллоу, 58 лет от роду. Место башни Флоры. Флора была там, так как она позировала для портрета. Фрею Фэллоу нашли лежащей на спине, на груди у нее была одиночная колотая рана. На месте преступления не найдено никакого оружия, но Флора, изображенная на незаконченной картине Фреи, держит в руке нож. Кончик ножа покрыт красной краской, на самом деле это кровь. Путанная башня. Небольшая картина на обрывке бумаги. На оборотной стороне написано несколько слов. Сейчас это место называется Путанной башней, но на самом деле это пара башен, которая объединяет основание особняк. Путанная башня окружена озером. Вода в озере необычного оттенка. Озеро окружает крутые бледные скалы. Они такие гладкие, крутые, что на них не забраться. На данный момент в Путанной башне живут семья Фэллоу и семья Пойнтеров. Окей. Все, да? Фрея. Ладно.
Mountains.
Nope. They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains. They're more like cliffs.
Действительно. Есть разница.
Whatever they are, they go all the way around the lake, like a barrier.
Да, расследование убийства.
Why is the sky yellow?
Not everything is a mystery, Grimoire. The sky can be whatever color it likes. That's a big lake.
It's kind of purple. Looks poisonous.
I think it's just water.
Yeah, water with poison in it. The ground's moist, but it's not muddy. Wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already.
Rocks,
Fascinating.
aren't they? It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous. Like walking through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
What are they?
Wind chimes. Silent, wooden wind chimes. It's a garden, I think. It's currently far away.
We could walk closer to it.
Ready when you are.
Do you think anybody's watching us from one of those windows?
Maybe. Let's wave just in case.
Окей, что-то на это. Это что? Окей. Типа подсказки. Сады, сады.
It's a path through the garden. Leads up to the house, I assume. It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
A bench of solid cold stone.
My favorite kind.
What animal is that?
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard. This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you? It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
It's the sky. That must be Tangle Tower. It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
This is some
Do
garden.
the plants all look a little
And it's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape. Or it used to be.
Кассета, порожденная из-за воды, чернила, надписи расплылись, надпись не разобрать. Ой. Окей.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp. Hang on a second. This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Как может мартышки. Феникс, что у тебя пошло, не пошло? Раза три, меня не слышишь.
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
Окей, это...
Let's
Рано
come
ещё.
back later. It must do something.
пошло.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Старая потертая статуя существа-амфибии, держащего большую арфу. На каждой из 4 цвет колонн арфы вырезаны символы. Ладно, потом будем думать. Закрываем.
Spooky.
Я, кстати, тут...
What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No.
Думал, возможно... В следующую неделю мы... Ну, кроме этого... рамсета геймбоя, то, что начнем в понедельник. Начнем также потихоньку, может быть, играть в Марио. Я думаю еще, может быть, сделать так, что будет у нас 1 неделя по понедельникам рамсеты, потом Марио, типа челленджа. А следующую неделю у нас также в понедельник рамсет геймбоя и, ну и то, что мне выпадает на колесе, там какие-нибудь другие игры играть. Ну и так будем чередовать, я пока еще думаю. Может так сделать, по крайней мере, август. Там уже осенью приму реквесты, ну а там уже будем отталкиваться от реквестов. Чередовать это хорошо. Может и хард, может. Я сегодня не успел. Я говорил, что у меня тяжелый сегодня день. Завтра постараюсь.
Oh. What?
Скорее потрудника завтра.
Oh, there's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah.
Там не на двери написано, там он сказал, что на земле валяется О.
Tangle Tower.
Twar.
Башня. Ну и, соответственно, то, что мы будем проходить по Марио, будем отмечать. Я там не до конца список еще сделал. По Марио я все сделал, но я хочу еще туда добавить все-таки, наверное, франшизы Йоши, что там у нас, Луиджи, Варио, Донки Конга, наверное. Посмотрим.
Oh,
What?
oh,
То же самое.
sure.
Я давно хотел, Артем. Мне интересно, насколько меня хватит.
That leads back to the gardens.
Мне просто хочется поиграть вообще в Марио, в разные вообще игры. Ну и да, и глянуть, хватит ли у меня сил пройти какие-нибудь там всякие гольфы, гоночки и так далее. Просто интересно. Но не получится, что ж теперь. По крайней мере, пройдем платформеры всякие.
Which one do you think came first? The tree or the house?
Марио плюс Rabbids. Ну, на самом деле, я его, конечно, проходил уже в том году в оффлайне, но вторую часть я еще не проходил. Вторую часть. Но это надо все-таки все равно пока доберемся, я думаю, все-таки куплю потихоньку. Посмотрю, поищу этот. Скажите мне, я скажу. Карту захвата с HDMI. Можно тогда и стримить Switch. Вот. Как-то так. Главное не пройти без смертельных лыжин. Нет, так не будем. Ну, я решил, Феникс, что все-таки это так же, как и Йоши, я говорю, так же, как и Пич, и Донки Конг, они из вселенной Марио, поэтому почему бы не добавить? Тем более Варио я в любом случае я все равно хотел пройти его. Он тоже интересный. Так что почему бы нет? Японское Марио я не знаю, посмотрим. Феникс. Если тебе, я говорю, интересно, ты можешь зайти по ссылочке, по крайней мере, по Марио ты можешь посмотреть то, что я туда включил. Какие игры. Я пока еще думаю, там на разные консоли проходить или пройти только на одной. Ну, посмотрим.
The age-old question. A path leading towards the stone square.
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
No, definitely.
Конверт разорван. Кодовая комбинация нарисована на другом листке. Запомни наизусть, уничтожь листок. Я не принимаю твои соображения. Там внизу ты ничего не найдешь. Я все понял, что ничего не понял. Нам нужен второй листок. Famicom Basic, там камео. Камео я не считал, Феникс.
There's a heart and
Я же говорю, посмотри списочек. Там Family Basic у меня не указан. Нет, пиратские тоже я не считаю. Только официально. Единственное, я один взял фанатский, это Super Mario Land на SNES. Он с нуля, можно так сказать, был сделан, но я его хочу поиграть. Но это единственное исключение.
I didn't know people actually did that.
PPFF.
PPFF, типа Freya Fell или как она, и PP, кто-то там Pointer.
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
А для кого они еще?
It's
Кормушки.
red, but I don't think it's painted. It's just red. Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
Mario Pickers, да. Будем тащить. Мне, кстати, по-моему, Марио Пикрос 1 даже есть на геймбое в коллекции.
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
Do you think he'll start to move if we...
No,
Нет, там R
I think he'll
написано.
just silently...
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not?
Я над этим думаю, но в некоторых случаях, да, скорее
It's a
всего.
little melody.
Ну, того же Donkey Konga, почему бы нет? Плюс некоторые графически очень сильно отличаются. Некоторые отличаются на самом деле не только графически, но и изменением какого-то контента. Так что, да.
Let's
Ну,
head to
тут
the
надо
crime scene
смотреть с
first.
каждой игрой.
It's at the top of the west tower, I think.
Окей, наверх пойдем. Мелодия, да, скорее всего, потому что так же была и на «Где птички» он напевал.
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this.
Ну, я и говорю, Виталий, когда с птичками мы разговаривали, там тоже выделена мелодия была. Поэтому, ну да, наверное. Что-то
Sally,
будет
check those
похоже.
plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
Феникс, да мы еще никуда не доходим до всяких
Finally,
олимпийских
we
игр.
get to investigate a murder in a
чересчур.
spooky mansion. Don't
Это
ruin this.
было уже.
A big letter F.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
Да.
This one has a big P.
That's probably important.
How very P-ceptive of you.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
Родословно. Да, ты прав, Виталий. А кто нас помнил? Фрей, да, померла? Фрей Феллоу.
Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
Да.
She's barely related to the main family at all.
А откуда идем мы? Мы сверху вниз идем или снизу вверх?
Fiona Fellow, dead center. She must be important.
She's half fellow and half Remington.
Do you think she still lives here?
Flora Remington.
I think she's mentioned in our case file. Primrose Remington.
I always liked the name Primrose.
Do you think she still lives here?
Так, ну пока мы все
Lord
равно
Pointer.
This goes back a couple of
ничего не
generations.
знаем особо.
Buck Brackley.
What a name.
Do you think he still lives here? Selena Stonetop.
No family line. Apparently, she just appeared out of nowhere.
На 2 стрима. Ну, посмотрим. Ты не забывай, что квесты они такие.
Finally, we get to investigate a murder
Можно и
in
за 3
Slowness.
часа пройти. Если все знаешь.
A door.
И не тыкаешь на все подряд.
Oh,
А
what's
может
behind it?
растянуться и на много стримов, особенно когда тупишь.
A room.
It's not locked. Now it's a big glass tube filled with water.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it. Anymore.
Stairs.
Stairs.
Окей. Так, нам пока сюда, да. Башня Флоры. Вот и Флора. Давайте поговорим
Let's take a
сначала.
look at that painting first.
Всегда вообще-то разговариваю. Ну ладно, да,
There it
посмотрим.
is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
Looks that way.
Фрей не успел закончить картину, так как она умерла, пока рисовала ее. Кажется, что Флора держит в руке нож. Красной жидкостью на кончике ножа оказалась кровь. Ну ладно.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy.
О,
Maybe it's just because she never
тут
got to
еще и
finish it.
анимировано.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
Ох ты, елки, Фрей была убита очень странным образом. А мы уже знаем? Была спрятана, держит в руке. Так, ну вот это. Флора Фелло держит в руке нож, на котором кровь. Потому что Фрей хотел это съесть. Потому что она закалывала Фрей, допустим. Шапка Грин сделана из башки. Почему шапка? Это...
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
А чё не нравится? А. Что, портрет? Держит в руке нож. Что она сама типа не держит сейчас, да?
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
Приколушки.
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Гениально. Вот.
Right. But it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
Теперь можем поговорить. Не называется.
Flora Fellow?
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now. Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora?
Ничего она не
I don't
хочет.
really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
А, тут еще две, да.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
А, теперь открылась, да?
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
Может, она немая.
Yeah, she's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
Окей. Ладно, пока нам нечего предъявить.
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
A bunch of old books. Covered in dust now, but they look well read. It's so dark back there.
Somehow, the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room.
Сходи, Феникс, да.
The whole room has a strange feeling about it.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
Is that a gramophone?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a
О,
turntable.
кассета.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
Блин. Не сыграет нам кассета. Вместо пластинки он производит кассета. Растр граммофона направлен на центр комнаты. По всему граммофону от конца раструба прямо до кассетника проходит заметная трещина. Окей.
What about the cassette tape?
Что значит?
Yeah, sure is. Pink.
Кассета с трещиной посередине. С одной стороны сделана от руки надпись для Фрей.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? We could give it a go.
Потом посмотрим.
A little pot plant, balanced on the window ledge.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of wall. A bunch of old books, covered in dust now, but...
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there.
Сработает кассета? Возможно.
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
Поверни яйцо, подсказку на обратной стороне. Тайдын. Тайдын. Окей. Я понял. То есть вот это идет зелененькая и красненькая. Минимум. Да. Так, это получается у нас... Где это вот это? Это зелененькая, там красненькая, ладно. Вот эта длинная штука. Это вот это. Фиолетовая и синяя. То есть вот здесь синяя, а тут фиолетовая. Рядом с этой еще одна синенькая. Это где? Я наоборот сделал, да? Наоборот поменять надо. Вот так надо. Вот здесь синенькая. Там красненькая. Вот это красненькая. Теперь тут рядышком. Рядышком у нас... Так, я запутался. Вот это, да? Да, вот это. Подожди, я что-то не так. Синяя, красная. Та что... вон она, та штука. Фиолетовая и желтая. Если здесь будет фиолетовая и желтая... Теперь вот эта штука желтая и зеленая. Или наоборот. Чё? Или я что-то не так сделал? Вот это... Ну да. Вот это не так. Вот так она идет. На длинном конце синий, на том фиолетовая. Тут на зигзагулино красная. Зигзагулино красная, там синенькая. Вот на коротенькой еще. На коротенькой наоборот надо. Вот так. То есть вот тут короткая сразу ломается в красную и зеленую. Все, что еще я не так сделал? Это зеленая сразу, это чуть-чуть дальше желтая. И тут у нас фиолетовая сразу загогулина. Ну все, я все сделал. Что не нравится? Она должна открыться или что? А это что такое? Это подсказка или это открывать? Типа я разгадал.
No, that was it.
А, окей, на это надо было нажать.
Nice work.
Я думал, это типа подсказки тебе дадут.
Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
Открыв яйцо, можно будет заглянуть внутрь. Сейчас оно пустое. Подкладка в яйце сделана из мягкого, похожего на бархат материала. Яйцо стоит на медной подставке. Внизу у него 3 странных ноги с острыми когтями. Окей.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
На палитру нанесены различные краски. В центре самый большой сгусток черной краски. На кисточке все еще видна засохшая красная краска.
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
Чё? Ну я понял, да. Она стояла рядом. Тогда как ее закололи? У нее в груди, потому что слишком близко к мольберту.
Freya's painting supplies.
Небольшие стеклянные банки с красной, желтой, синей, черной, белой красками. Все стеклянные банки треснули с одной стороны. Все-то у них трескается.
Freya's painting supplies.
Это мы уже смотрели, я понял.
There it is. The unfinished
So, what? Freya was killed.
looks that way.
Фрей не успел закончить. Теперь это мы смотрели. Окей. Попробовать. На граммофоне все еще можно слушать видеокассеты, правда?
It's piano music.
Запись игры на пианино. Музыка играет недолго, затем обрывается. Может, что-то будет? Нет? Ничего нет, да, я так понимаю? Только мелодия. Ну окей. Сожрали. Мелодию. Да, еще и музыка Джо-Джо. Представляешь? Тут что-то страшное.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Запись гуляющего человека. Звук искажен, но слышно, как человек что-то мурлычет под нос. Окей. Сюда можно? Можно. Мастерская. Тыкаем на все.
More maps?
No, they're just blank.
Oh.
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Oh. A map with a dotted line and an X marked on it.
That's a very boring way to describe a treasure map.
Чем намотан на громкость.
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it. What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
Ух ты, ёкалный. Окей, это у нас сверху. Это у нас слева, а это... Ю... северо-запад, юг-восток. Окей. И что? Крестик, то есть крестик. Слева от крестика дракон, справа скала. А там видно пальма с двумя чайками. Пальмы, 2 чайки прямо по курсу. Ну, вот это, наверное, тогда. Слева дракон, справа гора. И пальма с чайками. А мне что надо? Надо крестик, да, наверное, сделать. То есть крестик это будет H6. Запад. Наверное. Я не знаю. А, вот это. А, нет, я думал, отсюда мы начинаем. Нет, окей. Ну, не знаю. H6. Запад.
That's done it.
Neat. What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
Ух ты, фигурка ребенка с зелеными волосами. Фигурка женщины с седыми волосами. А с седыми как раз таки это, наверное, вот которая это Флора. Фигурка красно-белой птицы. Фигурка широкоплечий мужчины. Тут это, который спит. Деревянные фигурки были раскрашены вручную. Краску нанесли не очень умело. Рядом стоит банка с красной краской кисточка. На кисточке засохла красная краска. Окей.
You get a good view of the lake from here. The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
Вырезанная из дерева статуэтка мужчины с мечом в руках. Фигурка была расписана вручную, но краску нанесли не очень умело. Рядом были найдены желтые, синие, черные и белые краски. Окей. Пуфик.
Puffer fish?
Yes, it's also a lamp, for some reason. It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure. That's a massive conch shell. Do you think there's a little crab living inside?
I hope so. The entire room is made
No,
of
it's not just the actual hull. What is it?
He's an imp.
What does he do?
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
Oh. It's a barometer, but it's broken.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
У нас был барометр. Он был не сломанным. Рабочий.
A pencil drawing of a mountain on a moonlit night.
Mood. A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in.
Нет. Красивый барометр такой.
A lot of redundant light sources in here. You get a good view of the lake from here. Shelf junk.
A little mirror.
Definitely cursed.
It's not cursed. Not everything is cursed.
The entire room is made of wood.
No, it's not just the actual hull. An old wooden mask.
Probably cursed. The entire room is made
No,
of
it's not just the actual hull. Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
gently speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
So, Felix, what exactly do you do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer slash treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is...
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent? Perhaps. Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right. Fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope.
Сколько много.
She was heading
Уже
up Fellow
запутался.
Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
Окей. А чё там кто, кому, чего?
What
I
is...
think it's a family tree.
Окей, значит,
Felix
Феликс.
Fellow.
We met him. He's one of the suspects.
Фионов. А где Флора? А,
Flora Remington.
We met her. She's one of the suspects.
то есть они вместе, да? Муж с женой, и у них Фиона.
Fiona Fellow. Dead center.
She's half fellow and
Do you
half...
think she still lives here?
Это их ребенок, да? Окей. Фитц. Алисы, Фелисии. Так, а померла вот эта, да? Она каким боком? Она типа племянница. Окей. Комната Фрей.
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
Большая фотография абстрактной картины Фрей. На нее прикреплен кусочек изоленты. По краям черными чернилами нарисованы линии. Поэтому отмалчивается. Может быть.
Painting supplies.
Even though we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside. Brushes, pencils,
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
a pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't illustrate. That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty. It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either. Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight? Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
There's no natural light in here at all.
I like it.
Did Freya paint those animals on her ceiling?
They're kind of simplistic.
Maybe she painted them when she was younger. Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
Рисунок, на котором изображена мужчина и женщина в саду. Он держит в руке красную розу. Рисунок, на котором изображена молодая женщина. Рисунок, на котором изображен человек в плаще. Окей.
It's Freya's bed. Little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Freya's plants. They must not need sun. It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer, maybe. They're not real paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
И чё? Чё я тут сделал? Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть. Не, что-то не совсем догоняю. Ну вот так, что ли? Наверное.
Nothing.
Did you find a hint on those scraps of paper? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
Да, это я понял. Тут оранжевая, это первая какая-то должна быть. Так что ли? Потом идет зелененькая. Потом маленькая, вот она как раз, нет? А, может быть не так. То есть сначала идет какой цвет, потом идет какой размер, а потом этот цвет. Короче, цвет палки, размер, не размер, а какой этот, форма. А потом цвет краски. Вот так тогда. То есть это тогда вот сюда надо. Не, я понял. То есть вот здесь... Хотя... Вот это непонятно. Если тут розовое, потом идет вот это. И зеленая. Вот здесь тогда... Оранжевая вот это и... Вот эта штука. Тут оранжевая какая-то должна быть. А это докуда, наверное, так что ли? Или нет? А, нет, ну да, это докуда должно быть. Все, понял. От меньше... Ну... Нет, тут, скорее всего, даже не от меньше. То есть, да, вот это цвет палочки, это форма кисточки, это цвет краски, а это на каком уровне? То есть вот это 1, то есть вот это первое, а это 3 вот тут. Раз, два, 3. То есть это должно быть вот до сюда. Тут быть какая-то. То есть либо вот это вот здесь должна быть. А тут должна быть в одну. В одну, значит, вот это. Вот так. Тут какая-то длинная, допустим, здесь. Вот здесь должна быть розовая. Тут две. Либо вот это, либо вот это. Вот это не может быть, потому что синик у нас... А, ну может еще вот так быть, да? Допустим, тут зелененькая. Тут розовенькая. А, вот здесь. А, вот здесь только вот это может быть. Вот так. Тогда вот так, наверное. Нет, это я понял. Загадку Эйнштейна нет, не решал никогда. Ну, вот здесь в любом случае вот это только может быть. Соответственно, в пятой. В пятой может быть только вот это, потому что больше нету таких формы. Соответственно, здесь. Тут, по сути, тоже вот это может только быть. А, вот это тогда здесь... Нет. Вот здесь может быть еще вот это, а вот так, да? Все. Все, понял. Нет, я не знаю, что за загадка, Феникс. Не слышал. Ну, может быть, когда-то слышал. Не знаю. Вообще не знаю.
What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
Фотография двух девочек. У одной красные волосы, у другой у одной красные волосы, у другой зеленые. Ну хорошо. Пускай это будут зеленые. От фотографии оторван большой кусок. Но пока загадки легкие. Ничего такого нету. Так, тут... а мы вот эту делали? Вот эту штуку.
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Locked.
Так, окей, здесь типа закрыто, здесь ладно, пойдем пока сюда. Ну, красный такой нож. Вот она, которая с красными волосами. Стрим по загадке Эйнштейна. Так все плохо, Феникс.
Books about ancient history, I think.
Нет, древняя история.
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Разве это не лучше Фокси? Загадки.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
Так, а это?
Books about
These books, I think they'd
Good
crumble.
excuse.
Это
Thanks.
есть, да? Ладно.
a book on the floor.
Я, правда,
Fundamental entomology.
что-то мне не кажется, что я что-то решу. Мне сложно на логику, и на математику, и вообще на все подряд. И на геометрию. Вообще загадки не моя, не мой конек.
I guess somebody dropped dead.
Не пойму, чем что. Это у нас что?
Books about geography.
География. Правильно,
Books
нафиг
about
география.
insects.
Well, theoretically. There's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh.
Books about space.
They're relatively untouched. Sure. Why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
Не, ну тут
The search for new
Виталий
knowledge.
несложные загадки.
The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
Is that a snow globe?
О, боже, что вы.
Of sorts.
Видимо, получается, живет в красном, испанцы и собака, в зеленом доме пьют кофе, спьют чай, всем стоит сразу. Справа от белого татуры, то голод разводит улиты в желтом доме, курят кул, в красном доме пьют молоко, Норвежия живет в первом доме. Сосед тот того, кто курит, держит лесу, в доме по соседям, в котором кто держит зебру. Каждый из пяти окажем суток, жители разных цветов, разных пьют, разные напитки, какой-то разная марка. Еще одно утверждение. Еще в утверждении шестом справа. Давай, Джоджок. Заранее спокойной ночи тебе. Просто что утверждение шестом справа означает справа относительно вас. Справа относительно нас. Какие все сложно, Феникс.
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
Не все? Нет?
Hey, look at the model. What do you
That
think?
would make an what's in those
Это надо
bottles?
записывать туда, Феникс.
I'm not sure.
Сидеть.
Soil samples? It's musty in here.
What exactly does that mean? What is must?
Must. You ask such stupid questions.
Nice.
It's an illustrated book about birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving?
Чернильник. На удивление умная птица, живущая очень долго по сравнению с другими птицами-мистидами. Другие птицы часто агрессивны по отношению к чернильнику, поэтому большую часть жизни он проводит в одиночестве. Чернильник отличается особенностью питания и обычно ест только семена растения Тантум аммика. Смотрите рисунок. Смотрим.
Books about birds.
The shelves are about half empty.
Oh, so you're a the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already.
Books about nature? A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Загадки без чисто в голове. Это сложно, Феникс.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Math equations.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Окей.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
It's musty in here.
What exactly does
Must.
that
You
mean?
asked.
Давайте поговорим.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you? Miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis? About the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator. You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing. What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait,
может, какая
that's
сватарка,
what
ну да.
I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
Фи-фи-фи-фи-фи-фи.
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
It's a magnifying
How
glass.
come
Why? Should I
you
start?
couldn't pull off? Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
Ah, I've not heard of that band. Are they any good? A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space. Scientific formulas, probably. I'll openly admit I have no idea what any of it means.
Boxes of stuff. Boxes of stuff.
That's a whole lot of books. Crystal chandeliers, extra fancy.
I don't know. They just seem old-fashioned to me. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Arrows connecting all the different suspects.
Если что, заранее спокойной ночи, да, Артём.
They're not labeled, though.
Yeah, they're completely meaningless. Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself. It's a bed.
Barely.
A new suspect! Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise!
Save it for the judge. The stuff Fifi's thrown away.
You gonna rummage through the trash can?
No, that is quite beneath me, thank you.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there. I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
Nice room.
It's a mess. But yeah,
What's that big book on the desk?
looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
Оксан, добрый вечер. Котейку мы
What's
вчера
that big
прошли
book on the
уже.
desk?
Looks like it's just a bunch of notes about her.
It looks like a microscope. A big one.
Can I touch it? I'm not sure this is a microscope.
4 лупы на правильные позиции, да? Оу. Оу, вау. А, маленькое все. Окей, это чуть-чуть приближается. Это дофига приближается. Это... вот это совсем дофига. Это немножко. Так, ладно, а мне что надо? Мне надо сделать ключ, как внизу, да? Типа. Наверное. Интересно, интересно. Очень интересно. Если б я немножко... Нифига себе, это как-то вот так, да, все надо. Вот это слишком все, мне кажется. Ни одна из них, наверное, не пойдет такая. А там я не сделаю, да? Последний нет. Который со шмапом сложнее был. Мышка сложнее, да. О, что-то вот так похоже на ключ. Так себе. Блин, вот это большие, не знаю, куда особо впихивать. И последний, я не знаю, что делать. С последним что-то не получается, нифига. Подходит?
No, that was it.
Yeah.
Nice work. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
Ничего, мы нашли. Потертая книга, напоминающая дневник. Она закрыта на замок с помощью странного металлического устройства. Окей. Так, я еще хотел родословную еще раз глянуть.
What
I
is...
think it's a family tree.
Значит, Фифи. Где наша Фифи? Фифи. Где Фифи? Тут нету Фифи.
Felicia Fellow.
Freya's mother.
Do you think she still lives here?
Damien Dusk.
Whoa. Is it too late to change my name to Detective Dusk?
It's Freya's father. Do you think he still lives here?
Ты все, Виталий...
Lord Fellow.
То, что Феникс писал, что ли?
Looks like he was married twice.
Scandal.
Lady Fellow.
Do these people not have first names?
Flint Fellow.
A purebred fellow, if there ever was one. Married a randomer, though.
Do you think he still lives here?
Emily Everstone. Do you think she still lives here? Percival Point. He married into the Remington family.
Do you think he still lives here?
Окей. Это да. Так, ладно, пойдем сюда.
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor. Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
Блестящая статуя, странное существо, держащее большой горн. По всей длине горна проходит заметная трещина. В горне на земле вокруг статуи валяются осколки. Окей.
Alright, you got your wish.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion.
It's a globe.
For globing. That's just daylight, right?
What else would it be? Smells like a forest in here.
Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
Ну да. Диалоги мне нравятся их.
There's a faded mural on the wall.
When I was a kid, I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
You still don't know, do you?
No.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty. So I'm guessing nobody.
There's a faded
When I was a
mural. You
kid,
still
no.
don't. One old wooden bookcase.
Yep.
25 dry old books.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude! Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice. I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, If you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer. 3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that. Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there. A lamp. It is most definitely turned off. Empty. Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor. Always a good omen.
It's an eye.
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you.
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there were so many shades of black. Gloomy.
But roomy.
How do you even get drapes on the ceiling like that?
That's the real mystery.
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Sheet music.
It's
Presume.
only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
Ноты в рамке украшены изысканными старомодными иллюстрациями.
Gloomy.
But roomy. Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing. A big glass door leads out into a garden. somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Ну, кстати, да, возможно. Что надо? Закрыть? Так?
Nothing. Still
All
locked.
4 tiles have a moon symbol.
Those other symbols look like suns. Surely that's something to do with it?
I think it is, but in an abstract kind of way.
Huh? Я не понял. Вообще не понял. Солнце, луна. Луна, солнце. Ладно,
I guess we'll come back later.
потом подумаем.
There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright. Oh, thank goodness, there are 7 lit candles. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here. Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about.
Череда,
A
ну,
single red
может.
rose.
Правда, я не понимаю, куда их все равно.
How very traditional.
Yeah, weird. It's a metronome for keeping time.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Чего использую кнопки, чтобы переносить 4 диска метронома, кружку на вершине? Понял. Типа так?
That's done it.
Neat.
Окей.
What happened?
Little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
Вторая половина. Изображена белокурая девочка в розовой одежде. Девочка на фотографии держит ярко-розовый аудиоплеер с наушниками подходящего цвета. На другой части фотографии Фифи и Фрея. Часть была спрятана в комнате Фрея. Окей.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
Пойдем спросим.
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors. Let's take a closer look at this.
Чё надо? На розовая кассета с места преступления похоже на... Так. Наоборот, хотя да, наверное, так.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it. You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Ладно. Так, нам сюда пойдем. Птичник. Ёлки-палки. Какие у нее руки-то?
A rather magnificent bush, somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side. Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental. They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
Does this count as being outdoors?
Yeah. No. Doesn't matter.
Does this count
Yeah,
as...
no. Doesn't matter.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage.
I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
Bird diagrams. Hand-painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
A little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
3 цветастые птицы в тяжелой вычурной клетке.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz Fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether. I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there, crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I. Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Okay.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
This is the fanciest room so far.
Too fancy.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence. That's a big window. Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds? they're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Менять птиц местами. А как их менять? В них глаза. И чё глаза? Красок. Ну, может. Не, ну я вообще думал, видишь, у него глаза тут вот посередине этот глазное яблоко, тут у него куда-то справа, слева. Тут какие-то закрываются. Я думал сначала про часы какие-нибудь.
Just gonna rest my brain.
Ну, может, со смешиванием. А где посмотреть вообще, что у нас есть? Тут же вряд ли какие-нибудь подсказки будут. Ладно, посмотрим пока что дальше. У нас, по сути,
There's something
есть
weird
еще.
about it. It just feels out of place.
Острый цветок необычной формы, кажется, он здоров и за ним хорошо ухаживает. Почва в горшке выглядит свежей, влажной, она необычного синего цвета.
Anything in there?
Bed sheets.
That's not even remotely suspicious. Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
That might be the most pointless staircase I've ever seen. A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
That bed. It's like something from a fairy tale.
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed has some kind of heater.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall. A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
That bed.
Does it feel
Не,
it's
я
not
хотел
coming from the bed?
на эту, нет?
That bed.
Does it feel
No.
it's not
Ладно,
coming from the
ладно.
bed?
Так, ладно, я думаю сходить пока по всем этим, потом уже вернуться, думать. Так, это у нас отец Фифи.
What is it?
It's clearly some kind of large device.
You're not wrong.
A spyglass to the stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
They're in very good condition.
A bell jar. It's empty.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Other than bells, you mean?
Pretty.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime. There's something kinda disappointing about this room. I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've been to? Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos. Pretty.
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally? It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's tidier than my desk.
So, even the most well-used notebook
A picture frame.
with no picture.
It's full of tea, but it's gone cold.
Criminal. You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Верни 5 планет, Солнце, Луну вокруг центра. Окей. А что мне вообще надо? Вопрос. Чтобы все закрыть. Может типа вот так, чтобы они, ну, к примеру. Тут получается раз, два, три, четыре. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Да что ты будешь делать? Ты что, так не можешь? Она сюда не может. Какая-то странная штука, вот это. Не понимаю. Вот так, что ли?
That's the one.
Окей.
Hey, not bad. Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath. What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Золотой жук. Различные заметки и чертежи для исследований. Продолжительность жизни золотого жука, получившего это название за панцирь, на 90% состоящего из минералов идентичного золоту, несколько лет. Он гонит хищников громким шипением более 95 децибелов. К тому же он совершенно неперевариваемый. Этот мстит незаслуженно славится неудачи, которые он приносит тем, кто его увидит. Окей.
Let's at least introduce ourselves before touching his telescope.
Always a good roll.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet. And yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern
Это не
themselves
волосы
with such
такие?
insignificance.
Или крыша от
We are but
скворечника?
specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could the speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And, of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh, no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh, dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening. I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
Короче, почти со всеми, да, познакомились, наверное. Остался Фиц и детектив тоже. Так, сейчас на 2 минутки отойду.
It's a sea serpent. Turned into stone by a wizard.
If you say so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded. By the same wizard.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one, too. A little bridge leading back to the gardens. Looks like it might be about to fall apart. Grimoire, you go first.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest first one, too. More of that weird lake water.
Really makes me wonder how this structure is supported. Yeah, are we on an island or what?
Beats me.
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
These plants are giving off a relaxing smell.
I didn't know we were supposed to be smelling things. A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
It's Tangle Tower. Or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower. Nothing there. Nothing there. Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
Ваши все 4 стрелки были в правильной позиции. Вау. Типа это на 12 должно. А это на чем? Это что? Это как? Это 9, наверное, да? А это 6, нет? Нет, или... Блин. Блин. Так, да?
No, that was it.
Окей.
Nice work. What's in the box?
A little tool
Ну,
thing?
сейчас посмотрим.
Looks like a
Далее.
telescope. But I'm not actually sure what it is.
Небольшой медный инструмент с вогнутой стеклянной лизней, оснащен винтом. Окей.
A wooden trunk that opens up into a full desk.
I want one.
Whoa, nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do. It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so? As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers is one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
Okay.
Bit of a decadent flooring choice for a greenhouse. That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no. Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
Tools. Used by a gardener. For gardening.
It's glass, but I can't see through it.
Total oxymoron.
I am not. It's bigger in here than I thought it would be. This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Вход в горшке с твердой похожим на цвет кожурой, и почва в горшке имеет необычный синий цвет.
Hanging baskets.
To you,
You're only
2 inches makes all.
Tools. Used by gardening. A little chart of... actually, I have no idea what it's about. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Greek letters, I think. Greek letters? What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Sally, don't move. We'll
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like, condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Заспойлерил.
Like mutation.
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener. I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
Okay.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the Fellow Tower.
This could be interesting.
Это... Ну там еще что есть. Предпоследняя. Да, еще там будет одна локация. Получается все.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
Давай пройдемся. Я хотел там, ну ладно, давай. Хотя нет, давайте все-таки посмотрим, что тут есть, потом уже туда пойдем.
Oh wow!
What?
It's a big empty space. Huh. Neither of these lights have an actual light bulb.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative. It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Так. Нет, Луна еще не догадал. Так, это потом. Сейчас просмотрим
Ah.
все
There's someone outside the window.
Something outside the window. It's probably just a rock.
You sure?
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
Doesn't look soft. An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination lock, sort of.
Поменяй местами отрывки бумаги, чтобы узнать кодовую комбинацию для замка на коробке. Окей. Я понял. Так. Не совсем понял. То есть это вот такая, да, одна штука есть. Только каким цветом, непонятно. Так. Сердечко, да? Почти. А, кстати, они не везде есть. Я гляжу. Вот это больше вот на это походит или вот на это походит? Наверное, вот на это тут с остреньким. А, тогда там тоже что-то другое было. Там по-другому тоже как-то, наверное. Как я делал-то? Где это? Вот, блин. Ну да, тут остренько. Это значит вот это и вот это. Теперь еще надо две найти. Что мы еще не собирали? Как мы не собирали? Хрен поймешь. Так. Нет. А, вот что-то, наверное, нет. Во. Это... Это вот это, наверное. И еще одна осталась. Я так понимаю, вот это, скорее всего. Третья. Чисто методом исключения. Вот он, да?
I did it.
Окей.
Not bad. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh, that's kind of ominous.
Металлический садовый совок украшен узором. На нем выгравирован узор по обе стороны сердечка. Инициалы ПП. Любит ФФ. Это Пенелопа, да? Фицу. Окей. Так, а тут что у нас?
It's locked.
I thought we
We
were...
are.
What's that thing by the...
То есть это вот сюда. Правильно?
It made a noise.
А там надо, получать дын-дын-дын-дын.
I guess that was right. And the door's still locked.
Да-да, теперь
I
надо
still feel like we made some sort of
с той
progress.
стороны, да, надо. Все понятно. Я понял. А тут
A big glass
получается
There's a little mechanism.
сделать как там было. Вот так. Окей.
Something happened.
That must be it. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
Сад на крыше. Это, получается, последняя локация.
That's one big dragonfly.
Если тут, конечно, какой-нибудь секретный не будет.
Or one very small dragon.
It's a two-person bench.
Now, what makes it a two-person bench specifically? It looks pretty standard to me. It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Now, apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges, too?
Oh, yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Oh, good. A bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff. It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
That'd be great.
Careful, we're pretty high up.
Yeah, we're on a roof.
Careful, we're...
Yeah, we're on a roof.
Trees. On a roof.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
Stone pillars. Or what's left of them. The door into Poppy's room.
So, only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden?
Ah, I guess so. Leads up towards Flora's tower.
It's so relaxed. I might just stay.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Слегка потертая статуя странного цвета, держащая лють на голове статуи плотные наушники.
Ah, a little water feature.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
Giant stone frog? Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
Ну, это от тех птичек, которые, наверное, в клетке сидели. Большинство перьев было на языке большой каменной лягушки.
It's so relaxed. I might just stay.
И все? Все, что мы нашли?
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden.
Ну, окей. Где мы там были? Здесь нет.
That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
А здесь загадка у нас была вот здесь, да?
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real?
Так. Со смешиванием. Ну, там может быть со смешиванием. И чё? То есть, типа, вот эти два смешиваются во что-то, да? Это сложное. А чё белый смешивается? Макс, добрый вечер. Да глаза-то понятно, что значение, да, имеют. Вот это понятно. Какой график? Какой график? По будням. Стримы у нас. Мини-подсказка пока не надо. Пока подумаю. У них не только глаза, у них еще и клювы здесь. Открываются,
Nope. There must be
закрываются.
something to do with those white lines.
Не, ну клювы, они зачем-то открываются, закрываются, тоже же. В чем-то смысл тоже их, наверное, есть. Даже не слышал. Ну, это новый квест, может, поэтому, да. Ну, относительно новье, да, но он, да, новый. У меня такое ощущение, что, конечно, зеленый вот сюда, но... Может, нет. Просто зеленый вот зрачок открытый полностью. Ну, посередине. Не знаю, мне вот эти желтые, синие почему-то у них у одного слева, другой справа. Тоже как бы мне думается. Может, конечно. Да, сам с собой разговариваю. Макс. Тоже хорошо. Давно не было просто тебя. Все пропустил. Как ты так?
nothing.
I think the birds are related to each other.
Гата-робо. Что-то мне... А там-то что? Такого-то. Я пока вот здесь не могу допереть. Поменять 7 птиц местами, же видишь, Макс. Остальное думайте сами. Это все вводные, да. Ну вот Виталий говорит, что тут смешение цветов. Я не понимаю, как коричневый, например, ну то есть смешение цветов вот этот и вот этот сюда получается там, например, зеленый, да? То есть если вот это смешаем, получится вот эта хрень. Потом вот это смешаем вот с этим, получится вот это. И вот это смешаем вот с этим, получится вот это. А как коричневый, что надо сделать, например, если, допустим, тут зеленый в середине, с чем надо смешать его, чтобы получить коричневый? Или я что-то не догоняю? Белый с красным. Это я просто поставил, Макс. Это у меня просто, я могу вот так поставить. Я не знаю, я думаю. Сейчас я просто сижу, думаю. Тыкаю просто так. И вот я не соображаю. По краскам мне все сложно. Но вот этот хрень... Вот это если хрень... Белая... Ну, зеленая с белым получится бело... Какая-то бледно-зеленая. А зеленая с красным получается коричневая? Или синяя же... Зеленый с красным будет коричневая? Да?
No, that was it.
Правда. Я говорю, меня коричневый вообще сбило с толку. Я вообще без понятия был, что оказывается зеленый с красным получается коричневый. Ну хорошо, ладно.
Did the door open? What's in there?
Смятая бумажка. Разорвана бумажка, смятая шарик. Внутри обнаружены красные лепестки. На бумаге злобно корябаны, теперь уж я и достану. Лепестки были собраны с красных роз, растущих в саду на крыше. То есть я выйдет коричневый. Гениально, Макс. Вообще гениально. Так, ну ладно, мы все показания взяли. Пойдем. Показания
That's
поразрывать.
all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then I heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Так, и что мне надо? Что вы хотите от меня? Ну, мы послушаем. Спрашивать еще раз? Ну, можно еще раз спрашивать. Что все такое господи, кириллическое?
It's a big stone dice.
По-русски?
Biggest one I've ever seen
Или
him
что?
do.
А я и представлять что-нибудь
Did you get
могу?
anything useful out of him?
Not sure.
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious.
Значит, хорошо, что по-русски.
Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
Это квест.
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, Detective.
Так, ну можно... А показывать можно?
Tangle Tower.
Ага,
No
можно
idea why they
показывать.
insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too. You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty. You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint.
А, тут даже эти вон можно. Окей, я понял. О ком спрашиваю?
Quite the
Всё
stoic
понятно.
statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps.
Какая
An hour
усталая.
here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. I'll say this. He's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse. But I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers. In secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless. 314 cases solved.
300?
And 14.
Это так еще, ну да,
Professor
детектив.
Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoilt child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse. Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps?
У нас, кстати, есть еще одна там.
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would.
Сектантский детектив, она, да.
And you consider that important evidence, do you? These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
Some breed of amphibious humanoid, potentially bipedal, although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last. Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking. Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree doesn't make it a clue.
Same. Yeah?
A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no, then. Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
No.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
Нет, не знаю, Макс. Я ни в одних гоблинов еще не играл.
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange. Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
Когда-нибудь, Макс,
One of
доберусь.
3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music. A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it.
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them. A photograph of Freya could be important. Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Well, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
Так, что, все? Нет
The
еще.
paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told? I'd tell him not to quit his day job. But he hasn't got one, has he?
Окей, все спросила.
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable. She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. I mean, well, you don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? the giant bird arms or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
Теперь узнали. Что ее вызвал вот этот мужик-скворечник.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things. Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it. Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait. Is that me? Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business. I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? It's just my hat. It doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat? I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her. Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene. Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Yes, it's my... my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar. Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them? Even this one of...
Yes. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know what this
думаю,
is?
неважно, может.
In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea. Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? Thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her. Lovely. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. I'm sure I've read
Чем
about
квест?
this creature somewhere.
Потому что
Don't remember anything about him
называется...
playing the harp, though.
Это игра
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is
в жанре
supposed to be a
квеста.
bird of some kind. Goodness me, Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. Freya doesn't take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you.
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my Fitz, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest. Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist. Oh, that's rather sad. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
I don't know what that is. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess, too.
Excellent.
Okay.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Давай, конечно. Спросим. А что там за лепестки у Пенни? Которые вот это?
There used to be all kinds
Да
of
не
birds.
ты, я не с тобой хотел поговорить, если посмотреть. А, вот эти, господи, вот это, да. Вот эти вот. В комнате Пенни. Ну да, наша ее ненавидит. Давай спросим.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses. And who they belong to.
Что там у нас доказательства? Красные розы.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
С помощью птиц?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
Да, там перышки
My
были.
dears, what are you accusing me of?
Одна, наверное, из птиц Пенни. Нет, как-то не так. Не, ну вообще думала, она взяла птиц и они достали для нее лепестки. Нет? Как и почему Пенни решила попасть в сад на крышу? Наверное, одна птица шпионил для Пенни, которые интересовали тогда Поппи и Фриц. И украл у них улики. Улики, что они вместе, что этот цветочки, то
One of Penny's
есть
birds was used to
лепестки
spy
были
on Poppy
уликами.
and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
А это тогда вот эти, наверное, перышки.
Let's take a closer look at these. Табата, где он там? Желто. А, не, ничего. Это вот это, да? Это желтое перо, называется желтая птица Пенни. Когда она посетил сад на крыше, да? This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days, but being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Окей. Ладно. Пойдем. К Фифи пойдем. Да. Давай, Фифи.
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond. Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct. Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent. Name, Hawkshaw. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard. Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I would have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife. Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this.
Вот
She is very
Фрейю
important,
убили.
and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you
Когда она
spend a lot of
рисовала.
time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became, 1, increasingly independent, and 2,
Наверное, да.
increasingly
Макс.
isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not.
Я не
If you
знаю.
are looking for a speculative,
Тело мы не
empathetic
видели.
opinion, try asking Poppy
Уже
instead.
убрали.
The 3 of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her. I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell...
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring. An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But...
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea. Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next! This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh yes, it has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at things that are far away. That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is? The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time. That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs. The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer. A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages. Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
Может, опять снизком? Может быть.
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
Всё
What
может
a
быть.
mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands. The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are?
Нет.
This belongs
Не
to Poppy.
работаем мы над
In
этим.
fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
I do not know why. It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? Curious. A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint. I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed a test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz. The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Is she laughing?
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third. Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
Так, а мы ничего не можем пока предъявить ей. Че, еще с кем-нибудь поговорить и, наверное, завершать надо уже. Ну, давайте с фрицем.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see. Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong? Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing? Recently?
Good. It's good.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell. She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind. Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it. But it was empty.
Fun story. Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her. This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gemstony?
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly. Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. What's with the broken glass?
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah.
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details. That's quite sweet, really. Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course. Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone.
Any idea who this is?
No idea. Felix made that? Huh. How odd.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor. Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting. Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not. Those petals, they,
What?
they're red. A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you, in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done? That belongs to Poppy.
So, why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
Ну да, завтра, ну я думаю, да пройдем. То есть сегодня. Ну,
There's something about the report of Fitz going
Да,
up Pointer
сегодня.
Tower.
для меня завтра будет.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
О, дофига всего.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Что-то другое было.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
Может быть, совочек как раз вот этот был.
What about this?
Телескоп.
That.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
какой причине Фиц пошел совком в башню? Где этот цветок в горшке был? В комнате Пенни? Или нет? Помню, да?
An ornate trowel
Я просто забыл.
is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
Значит, правильно подумал.
That flower.
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Сравнить с цветком из комнаты Пенни. Я думаю, ничего особого не будет. Страшно, Макс. Это же не старый квест, новый квест. Так, что там напрямую... Так, что-то, что можно напрямую сравнить с цветком из комнаты. Чего у нас тут осталось-то? Ни разу не ошибался? Вроде нет. Еще ни разу. Тут был-то это пару раз. Так, что я хотел? Что-то, что можно напрямую сравнить с цветком из комнаты Пенни. Есть, конечно, книга с птицами, а там растение он какое-то, это не оно? Я тут больше ничего не вижу такого-то. Как бы. Что у нас? Есть, конечно, фрог в башке. Что он одинаковый. Я не знаю, давайте это попробуем, нет? А что там, кстати, был назад? Можно? Спасибо. По сути... Я не знаю, наверное, нет?
Let's take a closer look at these.
Отношения, ну, не знаю, одна и та же почва. Что еще? В теплице было. Это что? Сердечко на горшке. Прикольно. Горшок с почвой. В комнате Пенни похож на горшок в теплице Фитца.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
Ну окей. На вкус пробую. Ну потому что она только синяя, тут больше синей, наверное, нету. Ну окей. Можно до сюда доходить и заканчивать, да? А тут сейфка автоматическая, наверное, да? Идет. Где там? Ну, наверное, да. Ну, по сути, тут, наверное, все улики, либо вот тут еще две, может быть. Я так понимаю, надо со всеми сейчас поговорить. Всем все найти. А, ну вот эти. И потом, наверное, сказать, кто убил. Прийти к выводу. Ну ладно. Ну, значит, завтра доиграем. Может, даже, скорее всего, не на стримчик целый. Раньше закончим. Ладно. Сейчас тогда. Так, ну и все. Все сделал. Все. Всем спасибо. Всем спокойной ночи.